Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
The eye wall of Hurricane Helene at Category 4 strength moving over land. Landfall itself is imminent in Florida's Big Bend, with impacts already beginning to be felt in South Georgia. We are live on Tracking the Tropics, beginning a new stream across all platforms for our landfall coverage, again, for Hurricane Helene moving over land at this hour. Hello there to you folks. JB here, back with you live alongside meteorologist Eric Stone of the Max Defender 8 weather team here at WFLA in Tampa. Let's define landfall. Of course, we don't declare landfall. It's declared, of course, by the NHC. They will put out a special advisory letting us know that the storm has indeed made landfall here in the continental United States. It's defined as the center of the eye moving over land. And Eric, I'll bring up a couple of shots here because, as we can see on a couple of these shots, this is probably, a moment or two away from actually taking place. Here we look at the center of your screen. There is that well-defined eye wall of the Category 4 storm. When the center of that circle moves over land, moves over gray on this map, we have a landfall event that the NHC will inevitably declare.
Yeah, and I guesstimated about 11 o'clock or so, and I think it's going to be pretty close to that. In fact, I think what the National Hurricane Center is going to do in this case is probably not issue the 11 o'clock advisory until this does make landfall, and then that will be the 11 o'clock advisory. I don't think they're going to issue two advisories within, 3, 4, 5 minutes of each other. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But yeah, it definitely looks like part of the eye is on land, but we still need the center of the eye to be completely on land before this is declared a landfall. So again, in the coming minutes, 20 to 30 minutes or so, this thing should, as it's moving quickly. And the 10 o'clock update, believe it or not, the pressure did drop a little bit more to 939 millibars. That's a pretty hefty storm, right? Still, we're looking at wind of 140 miles per hour, and it's still moving northeast at 24. So as we see, this will eventually, move into South Georgia as a pretty strong hurricane, and we'll see a new cone coming out with that 11 o'clock advisory. But as for now, boy, you can see that northeast turn at the bottom of your screen, and we were thinking, oh boy, if this thing stays moving northeast, we're in big trouble. But it did straighten itself out, so that is good news. But there it is. As you can see, our Max Defender 8 radar, it's getting ever so close. It's inching closer to making landfall, pretty close to the 11 o'clock hour. So, JB, this is what we've been waiting for. Cedar Key right now is getting the full effects of the storm surge.
We'll be looking for Jeff Patterson's shot, by the way. It's not up presently. What?
Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Our lights just went out in the newsroom completely.
Oh, my goodness. Did we just...
Yep. We lost power, but in here we didn't.
I have two monitors off.
Oh, wow. Yep.
That was probably the generator that just kicked on.
Well, right, but we didn't lose this electricity. That's the odd part.
One side of the room lost power. Look, that whole side of the room just lost power.
The whole newsroom lost power. The whole newsroom lost power, and then it came back on.
I have a shot of the newsroom. Actually, well, no, I'll have to move around this camera really quickly.
Yeah.
But our newsroom right now is in the dark.
For the most part, yeah. Some lights did come back on, but it is a lot darker than it was. Let's put it that way.
Wow, yeah, okay, that's a shot of our newsroom right now, and it's usually more lit than that, so the generator might have just kicked on. Wow, that's
interesting.
That's a first. I've worked here for 6 years. That is a first. You know, slider cam still works. We're still on stream, right? Can I get a thumbs up emoji from people? We're getting our signal out, right? Facebook Live, YouTube Live, yeah. WFLA in downtown Tampa just took a power hit, and look, that is par for the course for a lot of folks in the area. Tens of thousands without power right now in Florida, and I think if our backup system didn't just jump in right there and save the day, our live stream right at the beginning of our landfall coverage on Tracking the Tropics would have ended.
The last I saw, JB, the power outages, just in Pinellas County was 100,000 people. Just in Pinellas. And from Pasco, even it was Pasco County southward. Each county had at least 50,000 people without a power. So the numbers are really starting to get up there. And that's just our area. You know, you start looking toward the Tallahassee area, and those counties are really going to see major power outages. Did you see that, Jeff?
We just lost power.
Oh, I did, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, why don't we bring that up, by the way? You want to see what it's like right now, folks, in downtown. We'll continue our landfall coverage here in just a moment, but I got to show this to you.
Yeah, what are the chances that we're going home tonight?
During
audience?
the 1 hour break between our streams, we went downstairs, Eric and I, and this is what was waiting for us. I sent this in to WFLA.com/reported. That's actually the quickest way to get it loaded into our system. And South Parker Street outside WFLA News Channel 8 is under, I would say, 2 to 3 feet of water.
At least 2 feet, yeah.
Probably
Is it?
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. We can't leave. So we're Eric.
I mean, we
we're
can leave. All we have to do is get to that sidewalk you see on the other side there. But, you know, I mean, we could walk through 2 feet of mucky water, and then probably we'll be able to drive home. But here's the back part.
This is our parking garage where we normally park our live trucks and vehicles. And we move them all out in preparation of the storm. There's Eric there on the left.
Yep.
And it's underwater at WFLA.
And it's literally the same height as the bay or the Hillsborough River. So basically the Hillsborough River has flooded into our back lot, which is flooded around the side of the building to the front of our building. And the parking lot across the street is flooded as well. Not our parking lot across the street, because that's up on a hill. And then we've got our parking garage. But boy, it's like we're on an island, JB.
It's absolutely wild. I can't believe we're still on stream after taking that power hit. You know, like there's the Wolf of Wall Street Leo moment, right? You know, I'm not leaving. We're not leaving. We're staying here with you live for landfall coverage. And look, this is from Max Fender 8 radar, and you can clearly see that the eye wall has moved over land. We're waiting for the center of the eye to move over land before we be on the lookout for the NHC's advisory of a landfall event in the state of Florida. Eric, every time they issue a special advisory for a landfall event, they associate it with a town. Can we zoom in here and on radar perhaps?
Yeah.
And it will there. Yeah, I think Perry is likely to be it. Well, no, Perry's not on the coast, right? Or is it?
Right. No, not necessarily, but Perry may go to the coast, right? So here's St. Mark's. So it's going to be east of St. Mark's. Like, you really have to zoom, hardcore to get any towns.
Yeah. There's just not a lot here.
No,
this is a lot of wildlife. It's a very swampy area.
Well, you can tell there's a little neighborhood right here. in this area, but I don't see. Yeah, I mean, I would say, Cross City is over there. They're about to get a pretty nasty rain band.
Spring Creek is in this area. It's just
Yeah, I mean, there's Horseshoe Beach. This is where I predicted it would make landfall. So I'm a little bit off to the east, but not by far. So I'm assuming they would say the Perry area. Now, what's interesting is Idalia made landfall almost in the same exact spot because we were watching Perry. Remember that? So maybe if I go back, maybe if I do a search and I can see exactly where Idalia made landfall, see if it says Perry or not, and that will give me a good idea if this storm will make landfall there.
As Eric looks that up, we'll let Eric check that out. Everyone focus there on the movement speed. If you're just joining us and you haven't been part of our previous streams, that 24 mile per hour movement speed is booking it. I mean, that's fast. So this isn't going to stay over, the Tallahassee area for, too long, in comparison to previous, like hurricanes and tropical storms that we've tracked because of that fast movement speed. But that is bad news for Georgia. Bad news for Valdosta, other communities in southwest Georgia. Bad news for Atlanta because this is going to maintain that strength, move inland as a Cat 3, Cat 2, Cat 1 hurricane. And there's a very likely scenario where we have a Cat 1 or tropical storm over the Atlanta metro in the early morning hours on Friday.
So it was Keaton Beach. I remember. Oh, it's out again.
Wow. Okay.
See if you can get the camera out. Now the power is completely out.
Let's see. Go on slider cam's working. I don't know how. Yeah, the newsroom is completely in the dark.
Yeah. This is what I saw initially.
Wow. So we're lucky, Gary, that we're on generator power, is what you're saying. Are we still streaming?
Well, there's got to be a reason that we're on generator power because it's pretty important for us to be.
So we are officially on generator power at WFLA. We have lost power in the newsroom. And even, what's interesting about this is that Helene has moved past the Tampa Bay area. So we're losing power, Eric, with the storm about to make landfall in the Big Bend. Perhaps you can help us figure out exactly why. Why are we losing power now and not 2 hours ago?
So first of all, I've switched our radar to national so you get a better idea of some of these heavy rain bands moving into South Georgia right now. Let me go back. Let's see what some of these wind gusts are right now. And I mean, you never know, JB. It could be a tree falling on a power line. It could be something along those lines. As far as I'm going to go to source 120 just to see what the current wind speeds and direction are right now, which again is a little bit less, right? Because Helene is so far to the north. So, I mean, we're still seeing pretty close to tropical storm force wind from Tampa to St. Pete to Sarasota. And that's sustained wind, right? So, I mean, almost 40 mile an hour sustained wind. And then when you factor the gusts are still 50 to 60. So right now, the latest gust at Tampa International was 53 miles an hour. St. Pete was 58. Sarasota was 55. So again, I mean, what do we talk about with prolonged 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts? Trees, basketball poles, right? Hoops. We've seen all sorts of things being knocked down, parts of roofs. And so a tree could have knocked down a power line, or even more likely, maybe a car went through a puddle, went through water, slipped, went too fast, ran into a telephone pole. You never know, right? You never know.
This is absolutely wild, you guys. I just want to paint a picture
What's
for
up?
What's that? Yeah, we're on right now.
How about you guys?
Yeah. Wait, studio's out? Oh, we're not on the air.
Wow.
Wait, are we off air with all programming right now? So our studio's down, but we don't know if we have. We are the only room at WFLA that has power.
Someone's watching over us, baby. Woohoo. Wow. Wow.
I want to put into context, okay? WFLA is a huge building.
Yeah.
It's 4 floors in downtown Tampa. We share some building space with TGH. It's the biggest newsroom I've ever been in. It's big for a local television station.
Right.
We have a very large television station in Tampa. And to know that we are the only place basically with lights on in the building, that's just, I mean, look at
that's unheard of.
we're just sitting here in a state of disbelief because I never thought that we would see the day where the entire building is out with the exception of the stream center.
Wow. That is something.
Some computers remain up in there, but all the lights are out, so it's complete darkness in our newsroom. And so we're going to continue to focus on our audience and the real-time impacts that are out there. Our weather computers are
I was just
operational.
thinking-
That's good.
Well, we don't know that.
We don't.
They are, but are the cores down? Chances are, if these weather computers are up, because we're remoting in, so chances are we're still going to get data, over the coming minutes. So, we're still getting data. So, what we have, what's called the rack room, we still have all the information coming in and whatnot. So now I think they're discussing whether they're going to use that green screen
on
the air.
Well, using us on air, we
Right.
might be going on
Yeah.
TV.
Yep.
That might be an option. The entire WFLA has several studios. Studio A, Studio B. We are Studio C. Studio A and B are out. So there's no way to get out the news right now. The 11 o'clock news is coming up in 12 minutes. We're going to find out exactly what the contingency plans are. Jeff, what do you got? Okay. Sure. Why don't they just take our signal? We can open the show. Well, all right, folks. We got to mute mics and have stand by. Passing along a note here, folks. I've been told that because we are on battery power, generator power, we could lose. We are the last room standing at WFLA that could go out at any moment.
Yeah,
so
if you want to
if
load
it
your
goes
show
to
up
black,
Weather
it's
3.
because our battery or generator went out. All right. Wow. And apologies, folks. This is not necessarily. This is a logistical challenge for us at WFLA. We need to be able to get out our signal across multiple platforms. It's not just our live stream. It also pertains, of course, to our broadcast coverage. So, with us being the only room in the building able to get a signal out at the moment, we're having some conversations here. We are going to be going out live on WFLA News Channel 8. The Stream Center will be taken on broadcast coming up here momentarily. Eric, can we just quickly update our audience about the current conditions with Helene as landfall gets closer and closer to occurring?
So, I mean, we're waiting now. It could be any minute. In fact, we're expecting somewhere close to 11 o'clock. Right now, it's 10:51. So, I don't know why this radar is ending at 10:47. I'm a little nervous about that. But we've got a Category 4 storm. The wind is 140 miles per hour. I believe if you punch up source 120,
Got it.
if it's not on it now, it may be on the wind gusts. What I can do is play the first it's going to play the wobble tracker, but then it's going to play the cone. And that's what we want to see. Okay, so here we are. We'll advance this one graphic. And again, I'm assuming that all our data and everything is still coming in. So it looks like it still hasn't updated. I'm wondering if the National Hurricane Center is going to wait until this makes landfall before issuing the 11 o'clock advisory. So again, this is a Category 4 storm.
Wow, I have to bring this up. We're getting our feeds back right now. Check out this shot. I'll have to get a location. I'm not sure, but all of our feeds just started flooding back into the newsroom.
9 to 10 feet.
This is Jeff I think that's Jeff Patterson,
Almost
right?
11 when the waves come over it.
Yeah,
Yep.
these waves
If he said 9, 10 feet.
Yep.
coming in
Yep.
than they were last time.
Yeah, no, that is Jeff Patterson, the Max Federate Storm Vehicle. This is live from Cedar Key, Florida. Our feeds are just now coming back, and we will do our very best to load in as many of these live shots as possible. I'm sorry, Eric, please continue.
So again, going back to source 120, a Category 2 storm in south central Georgia. That's what we're looking at. And it's moving so quickly, it holds its strength all the way into the central portions of Georgia. And then as it moves further to the north, somewhere around 8 o'clock in the morning, we're looking at a moderate to strong tropical storm in the Atlanta metro area with a possibility of hurricane force wind gust in Atlanta, Georgia. How many miles is that? Several. It's so many miles north, yet still hurricane force wind gust in Atlanta. And yet again, the latest update will be coming out momentarily, whether they update when it makes landfall or they're going to update.
Eric, I gotta leave you solo for just a bit. I gotta step
Yep.
up here and talk with our team.
Okay, so yeah, once again, we're looking at Helene that is due to be updated anytime now as a Category 4 storm, 140 miles per hour. Really doubt it's going to strengthen any more than what it already is, as it only had an hour over the open water. But again, this is looking like it's going to make landfall any minute now, right around the 11 o'clock hour, somewhere very close to where Idalia made landfall, a place called Keaton Beach. It's very close to the Perry area. I'm assuming it is in direct line between Perry and where Helene is making landfall. So this is going to move right over the Perry area after it does make landfall in Keaton Beach. So what I'm going to do is put this in motion so you can see that we're going to have, this landfall occurring momentarily. There it is. There's 10:55. And the eye is starting to, once again, make landfall. We have to wait until the center of this eye makes complete landfall, and then we can say that the storm has made landfall. So Helene's still a few minutes away from making that landfall. We'll see if the National Hurricane Center does come up out with an 11 o'clock advisory, or if they wait until this makes landfall. This may take another 10 to 15 minutes or so before it does. So I'm wondering if they will just issue an 11 o'clock advisory. It's 10:55 right now, so they may be waiting, or they may just say, hey, you know what, here it is, and then issue one more update when this does make landfall. So again, In the Bay Area, things are starting to quiet down. We're still seeing wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour. We're still dealing with storm surge. The high tide in Tampa Bay is right around 2 o'clock in the morning. So water levels will rise up until pretty close to that. And then we'll start to see some of that water level recede, in fact. And places like Crystal River up towards Cedar Key, the high tide a little bit sooner than that, coming up in the next hour or so. So again, those extreme storm surge values in northern counties, eventually that water will recede into the overnight hours, but the wind still strong from Citrus County northward toward Cedar Key and points north as this starts to make its way onto land. So yet again, the 10 o'clock advisory is what you're looking at, and the cone as well. Everything's going to update. You're going to see the wind, the pressure, and the movement, as well as a brand new cone come out at 11 o'clock. It looks like for the most part, the tornado threat is pretty much all said and done here in the Bay Area. I haven't seen any spin-ups whatsoever over the past couple of hours. The last tornado warning was right around the 8 o'clock range or so, and even they looked like some pretty weak spin-ups. So again, we're just watching the radar and seeing that, hey, it's 10:57. This is getting really, really, really close to making landfall, most likely at that small beach called Keaton Beach. There's the 11 o'clock advisory. And, oh, look at that. Now, all of a sudden, the track has shifted to the east. Do you see that? So instead of the track being right through Atlanta, now it may be just a little bit to the east of Atlanta. So better late than never, I guess, right? Still a Category 4 storm. And the pressure actually went down yet again, 938 millibars. Still moving north to northeast at 24 miles per hour. And again, the winds are at 140 miles per hour. It's 75 miles northwest of Cedar Key. So where our Jeff Patterson is that you've been seeing all evening, the storm is moving away from him, right? So that's good news, but still, they're going to be dealing with storm surge and a high tide in about 30 minutes or so at 11:30 in the Cedar Key area. So once again, there we have it, 11 o'clock. There's your advisory. And they will issue another advisory once this does make landfall. So it's not going to be much longer, probably by about 10 minutes after 11 or so, quarter after at the very, very latest, that we will see that official landfall where the center of the eye will make its way on land right around that Keaton Beach area. And notice how far to the east this is from downtown Tallahassee. They'll still get into the eye wall, but they're not going to be in it for as long as what the previous models have suggested. So it does look like Tallahassee may have dodged a huge bullet here. There's still going to be strong gusty wind. You still could have 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts in the Tallahassee area and some torrential rain over the next hour or so as the western portions of the eye wall definitely crossing I-10 in the Tallahassee area. And then Valdosta, you're going to be next. This isn't going to take too much longer before this reaches your neck of the woods in Georgia. So again,
stand by for stream and
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Hurricane Helene making landfall at this hour, awaiting the NHC's declaration of a landfall event in Florida's Big Bend. We are live on Tracking the Tropics on all platforms, including WFLA News Channel 8. To our broadcast audience, welcome into the Stream Center here with meteorologist Eric Stone, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli, live on WFLA News Channel 8. Of course, with technical difficulties, we have partially lost power here at WFLA in downtown Tampa. The Stream Center remains on the air. Jeff, let's take us through the very latest here. What are we seeing at this hour? The 11 o'clock advisory has come in. Tampa Bay seeing significant impacts. Tens of thousands without power. What are we seeing out there?
Yeah, JB, I mean, we're surrounded by water here at the station. I just went outside and we have 2 or 3 feet of water outside of our station. We're seeing record levels of water all across the Bay Area. And as we speak, Hurricane Helene, with winds of 140 miles an hour, Cat 4 strength, is making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. As we zoom in, you could see that clear eye, and it was very unfortunate, but it rapidly intensified right before landfall. And that's becoming a lot more common over the past decade, that instead of storms weakening as they reach landfall because the water is just so warm, it's record warm right now in the Gulf of Mexico. Instead, these storms are rapidly intensifying up to landfall. And storms that intensify right up to landfall cause a lot more damage. Winds 140 miles an hour. The pressure is down to 938 millibars. That is 3 millibars less than Hurricane Ian when it made landfall. So theoretically, it's just as strong as Ian at landfall. All right, this is a look at the boardwalk from our building. From News Channel 8, we have a tower with a camera on it, and we're looking at the Hillsborough River, and that is the boardwalk right there, Riverwalk. Riverwalk is completely flooded right now, as is a lot of neighborhoods in and around the Tampa Bay area. Now, I want to show you this graphic right here. I put it together just a few minutes ago, and it's already outdated because water levels continue to rise. So the old record at Clearwater was 6.8 feet above mean low water. That's just a designation from NOAA. But today, we've already gotten to 9.3 feet, so I have to update that graphic because I just checked a couple of seconds ago. It's even higher, and it's probably the case for a lot of the area. St. Petersburg likely is now eclipsed 7 feet. By the way, the high tide is at 2 a.m., so we still have a few hours to go where the waters could still creep up a little bit, breaking records in Tampa Bay by over a foot, as you can see. And by the way, Cedar Key right now, water levels are going straight up. Last time I checked, it was 10 feet above mean low water, but that will just continue to increase. In Cedar Key, we're expecting somewhere around 15 feet of surge. Here in the Bay Area, we've seen about 6 feet of surge. I'll show you this graphic right here. In Clearwater, we've had, again, we're up to 9.3 now. Last I built this graphic was 9.1 feet. But look at where we should have been. Follow that blue line right there. We should have been closer to around 2 to 3 feet. So we've added 6 or 7 feet of surge on top of what the tides should have been. All right, Rebecca Berry is going to help me out with this. I'm going to step out of the picture. We're going to show you some of our viewer pictures. This is from our Report It, and you can always send us pictures to WFLA.com/report it. This one is from Ivan in Tampa. Yeah, we've had some really, really gusty winds knocking down tree limbs there. And winds have been gusting to around 70, even 80 miles an hour in parts of the Bay Area. If you want to send us a picture, you can send it right there at WFLA.com/report it. All right, take a look at the peak wind gusts that we've seen during the day today. 82 in St. Petersburg. You know, this storm was very well forecast. All of its attributes, the surge, the wind, we thought we'd see some hurricane force wind gusts right along the immediate coast. That's exactly what we saw. Clearwater Airport, 71 mile an hour wind gusts. Sarasota, 69. Crystal River, those winds are still going to be picking up in Crystal River. And this storm took exactly the track that we thought it would days ago, as you can see. And the result of it is a lot of power outages. Last I checked, we had 700,000 power outages across the state of Florida. And some of the worst power outages, as you might imagine, right here in Pinellas County, where the strongest wind gusts have been and where a lot of people, highest concentration of people are. So customer-wise, that is between 100,000 and 250,000 on this map. Hillsborough County's had a lot of power outages. Same thing, especially in Sarasota County. A few less customers out in places like Manatee County, Pasco, Hernando, and also into Citrus County. All right, let's show you the future radar. So the storm making landfall right now, right around Perry. This will continue to move north and carry with it at least Category 2 winds into Georgia. So there's going to be a lot of damage up to Georgia. And eventually that rainfall is going to hit the mountains in North Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina and rain itself out. And all that water is going to come rushing down the mountains and the hills and cause, I think, catastrophic flash flooding in that area. For us, our weather's getting better. We've had about 1 to 3 inches of rain across the area today. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, it'll still be gusty. Winds gusting 35, 40 miles an hour. And we'll still have a couple of outer bands moving through. But watch this. For the most part tomorrow, it will be dry, partly sunny skies. But in the morning, because we still have this onshore flow, water levels will probably still be pretty high across the Bay Area when you first wake up. And as the day goes on, those water levels will gradually recede. So it's not going to be easy driving around the Bay Area tomorrow morning, especially in those low-lying areas. All right, so notice this is a very rare high risk for flooding that was issued by NOAA. They only issue maybe a few high risk per year, and that's because they're worried about how much flooding is going to materialize when this storm crashes into the southern part of the Appalachians with over 20 inches of rain forecast in some areas. Locally, we're going to see the wind gusts during the day tomorrow start at around 36 miles an hour, but come down into the 20s. So conditions are certainly going to get better as the day goes on during the day tomorrow. And again, as we head into the weekend, it's going to be a typical summer weekend around here. Unfortunately, you know, unlike most storms that pass the end of September and beginning of October, they normally usher in cooler and drier air. That is not, unfortunately, going to happen this time. There's no cool air behind Helene, so we are going to be stuck with a summer-like pattern, highs around 90, feels like temperatures near 100, and scattered showers and storms. Okay, I'm going to walk back to the desk here, and we're going to bring JB and Eric back into the mix to discuss what's happening across the Bay Area right now.
Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, Max Fender 8 Meteorologist Eric Stone, Max Fender 8 Meteorologist Rebecca Barry there in the corner. JB here live with you folks. I want to send you out to a live picture now. This is going to be from the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle. Jeff Patterson is out there in Cedar Key, and this is a live picture from Cedar Key. That is a stop sign on the left side of your screen. Let's bring in Jeff with photojournalist Joey Capistrand there in Cedar Key live. What's the latest there, Jeff?
Well, good evening, JB. As you can tell, conditions have really deteriorated since the last time we spoke to you. About an hour or so ago, I was standing just down the street there, really on the street that faces the Gulf of Mexico. And take a look outside the vehicle right now. What you're looking at is the faraway end, and it is just devastating what has happened here. The water is crashing. We've seen it crash above the roof line. It is completely into that building down there. And now the stop sign that we have talked about through Hurricane Idalia and other storms is completely underwater down the street. I'm keeping an eye ahead of us, and there is markings on the telephone pole, the power pole down there, that tells us how high the storm surge is. It's going above 13 feet right now, and I can tell you just from being here last August during Hurricane Idalia, the water level right now at this time is higher than it was during Idalia. In other words, during Idalia it was at 8 feet of storm surge, and that was a record for Cedar Key. Right now, and I'm just from my experience, the water level here is higher at this time. And if Joey will just go ahead and pull out for a wide shot, what you're seeing there floating in the street is debris from buildings that face the Gulf of Mexico. We're seeing just the tops of roofs and just people's items, their personal items, the things that were not tied down. There's a possibility, because we can't obviously get out there right now because it's just too dangerous to walk along, but there's a possibility that some buildings have been compromised, perhaps even destroyed by this huge influx of water. And the water level is just increasing and increasing. Around 8:30, 9 o'clock, we were down almost at the street, had to retreat 2 or 3 times to pull the vehicle up higher. And now we're still almost at the intersection. Just to be clear, we're safe where we are. We have another 10 to 15 feet to go of land before we run out of land. So I feel confident that even if the storm surge gets to 20 feet, we will be safe. But you're just looking at some catastrophic devastation for the people of Cedar Key who are experiencing this right now. And I've been on this island for many storms and have been out there and just seen it. And this is some of the worst I've seen in terms of the wind damage, because we're seeing down trees, down tree limbs, the damage from the storm surge that we're seeing. You can see the debris from buildings out there. There's things floating in the water out there. So obviously it would be very dangerous to be out there down in the water. I will tell you, unfortunately for the owners of the bed and breakfast, the Airbnb that we were staying in, there's a major roof leak inside right now on the second floor. The building that we are in is more than 100 years old, and I've spoken to the owner a number of times. She has never had water inside of her building, and the storm surge now is in her backyard. It's still a few feet away from her building, but it's getting close. And so the roof has been compromised of her building, of her business. We're seeing major water leaks. We actually went inside the building just a little while ago and tried to put some trash cans and some buckets down to catch the leaks that are coming in. But quite frankly, it's almost raining in the room that I was in. And so they are going to have some major repairs ahead, JB.
Being joined here by Jeff Patterson in the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle, just jaw-dropping images out of Cedar Key, bringing in our entire team here. Eric Stone, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, JB here with you, and Jeff in the center of your screen from Cedar Key. And Jeff, you were just looking up some of the numbers from Cedar Key.
So I can verify this is a record. They've been keeping data in Cedar Key for 100 years on tide levels. This is a record, and now we're up to nearly 9 feet of storm surge, and that is still going to continue to go up for the next, I think, couple of hours. So we are likely to top probably 12 feet. Or come close to it in Cedar Key.
Yeah, Eric, this is just something we've been talking about on Tracking the Tropics all evening long. Still no landfall itself, no landfall declaration for the NHC,
No,
correct?
not yet. I've got the graphic up and ready to go. It's going to be any minute now. And you can see this time around that stop sign, the famous stop sign, completely underwater. And you saw those waves crashing on the roof. And look at all that debris in the water.
Yeah, I mean, let's take it full screen because the debris is still washing up. Jeff, I don't know if you're with us. Any final thoughts before we let you go from Cedar Key? Be safe out there.
I can. We are being safe. And I just want you to take a look at this because when these waves are coming in, they're just kind of rifling down the side of this building. You're looking at the roof of a building, the side of that building. You can see the windows have been totally compromised. The water is just pouring inside through the windows. The water right now, take a look at that, just at the roof line of that first building down there. During Hurricane Idalia, they actually lost Cottage 1, totally destroyed by this. And this water is even higher right now than it was during Hurricane Idalia. So we are no doubt seeing record-setting levels of storm surge here on Cedar Key. It is incredible to watch. It's sad because we know the people here at Cedar Key put their heart and souls into these businesses to make them as lovely as they can, and they have a lot of work ahead to recover.
News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson with photojournalist Joey Capistran there in Cedar Key. Fellas, be safe out there, and we'll hopefully see you back home safe and sound in the days ahead. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, back here live with, again, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, Eric Stone here as well, meteorologist with the Max Fender 8 weather team. Want to let you guys know as well, we are monitoring the state EOC. They are going to be going to break. I'm sorry. Let's try that again. They are going to be starting a press conference here momentarily. We do not know exactly when they are going to be starting. Governor DeSantis will be coming out here. This is a press conference that we will be carrying live. I know that we're going to be joined by News Channel 8's Ty Russell at a point here in the future as well. Any updates in the last 5 or so minutes as we've been hearing from Jeff?
No, nothing yet. Still, we're waiting for landfall, and Max Defender 8 radar, I can see it right here that it is very, very close. Yeah. Probably right around Keaton Beach, the same place that Idalia made landfall, and then moving right into Perry and east of Tallahassee. So we're still awaiting. As soon as this makes landfall, National Hurricane Center will give us an update at the wind speed, pressure, and the movement. In the next couple of minutes.
Eric, what source is that on your right? Is that Weather 4?
Yes.
Can you take Weather 4, JB?
Yes, I can. I'm trying to find the right. Sure. So there we go. Look at that.
I mean, it literally is making landfall in Perry. We've been talking about that for days. If you've been watching us, we've been saying Perry, 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 Perry. This is exactly, like you said, where Idalia made landfall. Yeah. This is a stronger storm than Idalia 2 years in a row. You know, this area, up until last year,
folks,
hadn't seen a major hurricane for the longest time.
Providing an update on Hurricane Helene. It is currently making landfall in Taylor County in the Big Bend section of Florida, at Deckle Beach. It is a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa, was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now is not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions.
Folks, JB here with you. A programming alert that we just want to pass along your way in case we go to black. WFLA News Channel 8 in downtown Tampa has experienced similar power outages that tens of thousands in Florida have experienced. We are on backup power. If things go dark, whether on air or online, it's the result of WFLA losing power on our backup systems. We'll now take you back to Governor Ron DeSantis speaking live from the state EOC in Tallahassee.
Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down, but you have these 140-mile-an-hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane-force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County. And that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed. And they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done. And it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there. And just please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass. And when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so to commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close to Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential downlines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead. You can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM and for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm, but it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate. But it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing that the storm hit Taylor County after we've had Adalia and Debbie also hit Taylor County?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, I think Kevin and I were talking. I think their EM director resigned going in when they saw this storm could come to the big, because it's going to do 3 storms in a little over a year. What is it, 13, 14 months basically? And this one is, I think, hit landfall stronger than Adalia did. And Adalia was a major hurricane. Debbie was not as strong, but Debbie left a lot of water in its wake. And so you have relatively under-resourced community that is having to do that. Now, we're going to be there. We're going to be helping. But it isn't easy when you work hard to recover from Adalia, then you get Debbie, and it's like, oh, man. And then you get another big one come right on top of you. So it's not going to be easy, but we'll be there. We'll get through it.
I know you mentioned the one fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of. But as I said, we wake up tomorrow morning, the chances are there will likely have been more fatalities. It's just when a storm is this big and this strong, there's so many different things that can happen. This one was some car driving on the roadway and something falls on you. You know, we are going to have trees falling. We're going to potentially have people, maybe against advice, go out on the roadways. We may have some more road, and you may have had folks get caught up in storm surge. I mean, we don't know, but I think it's likely that one or some of those things will have happened by tomorrow. But no, we don't have any reports of any fatalities other than the one traffic fatality. But I would imagine that will likely change as we get more and more reports through the wee hours of the night and into tomorrow morning.
Any word on substantial damage to infrastructure? I know, like there's that one bridge that runs to St. George, and there were a lot of concerns about some of the bridges and things moving up the coast.
We don't yet, but I think for sure when we wake up in the morning, the storm will have moved through the state. I think some of the storm surge that we've seen on the Florida Peninsula on the West Coast, some of that may have dissipated by then. And so, we're not necessarily capturing in real time the full extent of that just because it's late and it's dark out and people aren't about of that. But I would imagine that, you're going to see a lot of wind damage probably in the northern part of the state. I think most of the damage in the rest of the state, I do think there'll be some wind damage because the gusts were out, but I don't think it's going to be like we saw with Ian or Michael for places that weren't in the eye of the storm in terms of that level of wind damage. Now here in the Big Bend area, 140 miles an hour, that's real deal. That's not quite what Michael was. That's not quite what Hurricane Andrew was and some of the other big ones that we've known in Florida. But that's packing a big punch. So we'll have a better sense of that, I think, tomorrow morning. But no, we have not gotten any reports of things like after Hurricane Ian or within like an hour, you saw Sanibel Causeway, you saw Pine Island Bridge washed out, basically. We have not gotten those reports yet. That doesn't mean it can't happen and it won't happen, but not to our knowledge yet. Okay, we will be back tomorrow morning.
And back here with you live on air and on stream. That was Governor Ron DeSantis confirming only one fatality in Florida thus far, but he expects the fatality count to rise as the sun rises tomorrow on this Friday, what will be September 27th, the aftermath of the storm. Of course, we here at WFLA, our entire news team, will be surveying the damage. Eagle 8 HD, part of that, of course, in the air, looking at our coastline. Jeff, Eric, we are expecting there to be catastrophic damage, especially in our coastal communities.
Yeah.
When we see things with light tomorrow.
Yeah, we were seeing flooding everywhere. I've seen video on X, they call it now, which is of the Venetian Islands in St. Pete, of water going through people's homes. Water levels are at record levels, or actually surpassed record levels by around 2 feet in and around Tampa Bay. Clearwater Beach has surpassed their record by over 2 feet. There's water surrounding our TV station right now. And Cedar Key, the water levels just continue to shoot straight up, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's about 3 foot of water outside our station. This made landfall officially at 11:20 to the southwest of Perry, which is what Jeff and I had been talking about over the past couple of days. And, our in-house graph model that was to the east of the GFS and Euro all along really nailed it from the start, Jeff.
Yeah. I'm sorry. No, continue, Jeff. And then I want to point out something.
Yeah, listen, I mean, our model was on the eastern side of the model envelope. And it came in exactly where, and our model's been consistent for the last 2 days or so. We've been showing it on the air despite the fact that the National Hurricane Center track was further west. But to be honest, this model has proved to be right over and over again over the years. And sure enough, that makes a big difference because it kept Tallahassee out of the west side of the eye wall. The worst winds went just to their east, or going just to their east right now. So it worked out. But this was a worst case scenario. 140 mile an hour winds rapidly intensifying right up to landfall. Pressure lower than Hurricane Ian at landfall. And I think some of those 15 to 20 foot storm surges in the Big Bend, unfortunately, are going to verify. And Eric, the next stop with this is going to be when this crashes into the mountains of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. I really think there's going to be catastrophic flooding there, and I hope people are prepared for it.
Yeah, what we call orographic lifting, it just enhances the rain in that area. We could see, 25 to 30 inches, maybe in Asheville, in the mountains of South and North Carolina, the Smokies and the Appalachians.
Yeah, some very isolated areas might see that, near the peak of the mountains. But overall, they are going to see, probably over a foot of rain in general in that area. And then, of course, those isolated areas that get more than that.
Okay, so let me point out a couple of really important notes. We're currently on WFLA News Channel 8 as a result of the Stream Center being the only room left at WFLA that has power. In fact, we are currently on backup power here at WFLA. We've been told that we do not have all that much longer, perhaps minutes, maybe even seconds before the Stream Center being the final lit room in the entire building, us losing power here at some point in the near future. We should probably also point out, and apologies if one of you noted this already, during Governor Ron DeSantis, his press conference from the state EOC, we did have an official landfall declaration from the National Hurricane Center for Helene. Did we get a location on that landfall declaration?
It was basically Perry. I mean, there aren't that many cities around there. The closest town is Perry. And by the way, that's exactly where Idalia made landfall last year. And what I was saying before, right before we went to DeSantis, was that up until last year, we had not seen a major hurricane landfall in like 100 years or something in that area. Now 2 in a row.
In 2 years,
Yeah, in 2 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
WFLA.com has all your headlines, folks, related to Hurricane Helene. If we do lose power, our website is still a go-to resource for folks to get really important information, resources, things that might be able to help you out in the coming overnight hours. One of the big things that is there is the update with power, and we've been told that 250,000, nearly 500,000 people in the state of Florida are currently without power. WFLA has lost power in downtown Tampa, and I want to show everybody a little bit of reason as to why. Let's go here to our triple box. Top left, of course, Max Fender 8 radar. Bottom left, a live shot from Cedar Key. This is our parking garage underneath our building on the ground level at WFLA. This is from about 9:45 tonight, completely flooded. This is normally where we put our live trucks and our station vehicles. It is completely under water, and
We're right on the Hillsborough River.
I mean, right. We're on the river. We have a beautiful view in downtown Tampa on a normal day.
That is the Hillsborough River right there.
Yeah, right on South Parker Street. So this is 2 to 3 feet of flooding. We are surrounded by water in downtown Tampa.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm just looking at Florida's power outages. Over 1 million now in the state.
Yeah.
Over 1 million people, over 1 million customers without power in the state now.
Okay, so it's growing exponentially, clearly, because our last update on WFLA.com was nearly 500,000. So just widespread power outages. Now, if there is any silver lining, is that Florida has been through storms before. Tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people without power has happened in the past. Florida is known for being a great state as far as hurricane response, both from a first responder perspective and a power perspective. And we have help from other states coming in as well to get everybody back, with power.
And we're fortunate that a Category 4 storm, out of all the places that it could have hit Florida, was one of the least populated areas yet again. So, thankfully, it didn't hit in a more populated area. Otherwise, we'd have more devastating effects.
And I think that's one of the morals to this story. You never want to see a Cat 4 hurricane hit anywhere. And you never want to say it's the least populated area necessarily because there are people that still live there, but it is true. And, looking at this, if you live in Pinellas County, Hillsborough County, Manatee County, anywhere around Tampa Bay or even the Nature Coast, the population here is tremendous. A storm like that hits us, and it's a $200 billion+ disaster, and it is an insurance industry nightmare. And because there's so many people here that would need so much relief and rebuilding and just getting things back to normal, it would take years to get back to normal. I always say to people, getting through the actual storm sometimes is the easy part. People who went through Hurricane Andrew in South Florida, they still talk about that day as an inflection point in their life. They often talk to you by saying, well, before Andrew, after Andrew, because that's how much of a devastating catastrophic event it is in people's lives. So we are so lucky that this did not hit Tampa Bay directly, because Tampa Bay would have had more than 20 feet of storm surge with a storm like this. And you can only imagine the inundation from 20 feet of storm surge.
So I want to point out programming note for our audience, both on air and online, and also informing my colleagues here and Jeff and Eric. We are told to stay on until midnight. So we are going to the top of the hour. In the meantime, Eric, perhaps we can take control of the weather computer here in the center of the screen if you still have access, and we can show people the current position of the storm. And also, too, even though this has raced, Helene has raced up north by northeast at 24 miles per hour into Florida's Big Bend, there are still lingering impacts in the Tampa Bay area, even as far south as Pinellas County. I mean, some other spots here that are seeing significant impacts, even though the storm has moved way north of us.
Yeah, and again, right now the storm is pretty much right over Perry. The center of the eye is very, very close to Perry. But you know what? What Jeff had said reminds me of Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. And I'd been going there since I moved here back in 2012. And people that I talk to that live in and around that area, it's basically before Ian, after Ian. And it's been 2 years just about to the day. And Fort Myers Beach looks nothing like it did 2 years and a week ago. And it's probably not going to look like much more for another several years, maybe even up to 5 years. It was decimated. And it's one of those things, like Jeff said, before Ian, it was this. After Ian, now it's this.
And we keep dodging bullets here in the Tampa Bay area. We hope that goes on for as long as it possibly can. But, the fact is that we had Ian 2 years ago. We had Idalia last year. This year now we have Helene right around the Tampa Bay area, but not the Tampa Bay area. You have to hope that everybody watching right now in the Tampa Bay area realizes just how lucky we are and is prepared when the day comes that we really do see something like a Cat 3 or Cat 4 hurricane hit the Tampa Bay area. One of the problems that we have lately is that water temperatures have been warming up. Gulf temperatures are a good 2 degrees plus warmer than they were back in the 1970s and 80s. And so what we're seeing a lot lately over the past decade or so is a lot of these storms that are rapidly intensifying right up to landfall rather than weakening up to landfall. And one thing that we know is that when storms come on shore and they are strengthening storms, they produce a lot more damage. And something else that's important is hurricanes in the Atlantic are now twice as likely as they used to be to become major hurricanes. And the reason why that's important is 85% of the damage in hurricanes is caused in major hurricanes. Doesn't matter if you have a couple of extra regular run-of-the-mill hurricanes, Cat 1s, they don't produce the damage. The storms that produce all the damage, for the most part, are major hurricanes.
Wow. I just want to note something here, you guys. First and foremost, we're off broadcast because things have gone out, and I don't know if you guys are seeing the same thing. I'm seeing flickering on various monitors. This could be the last little juice of power that we're getting, or other sections of the newsroom that are sending in signals to this room could be going out, and that's causing the flickering that I'm seeing on our feeds. But we are I can't believe that we still even have power. The generator was said to be going out at some point, really in minutes, about half an hour or so ago. But here we are. We're no longer on air on WFLA News Channel 8. I'm told we are just online. Hey, YouTube, Facebook Live, are you guys still with us? Can we get some thumbs up? If you guys, thumbs up emojis or any emojis at all, just saying hello. Facebook Live, do you still have us out there? Because we are on an island in a very vast sea of confusion, to quote somebody.
It looks like the tornado watch from Manatee south and eastward has been canceled. So that is good news. I imagine they will cancel Hillsborough, Pinellas, and points northward soon.
All right, so now I'm being told that we actually are still on air in certain spots. We've lost TV access in certain parts of the newsroom, so I was told that we were off the air. We are still on WFLA News Channel 8.
I want to read a tweet that came to me not too long ago, and to just bring this home, how real this is. Listen to this. My 90-year-old grandmother is at her house on Shore Drive in South Pasadena, which is in the southern part of Pinellas County, and states water is coming in rapidly into her home, and wants to know, this guy wrote, are there any emergency personnel or neighbors that could walk to her house? This was a couple hours ago, actually, and I'm seeing this tweet now, but it goes to show you just how real this is for the people whose homes are being inundated by water right now.
It's been just a historic event, one that the Tampa Bay area will clearly remember for a very long time. What I'd like to do is transition to some of the videos and photos that have been coming in from our audience on WFLA.com/report it. I actually sent in this video to report it on my phone a short time ago as WFLA became surrounded by the Hillsborough River. This is South Parker Street as of 9:45. And again, I just showed our parking garage. There's Eric Stone there on the left taking video himself because this is surreal. We never thought that we would see the Hillsborough River take over the first floor of our building. We've got in some other images and videos that are coming in from around the Tampa Bay area, including from Clint. This is Bayshore Boulevard and West Aline Avenue, or Aline Avenue. Look, this is something we have seen before with flooding on Bayshore Boulevard.
Yeah, I mean, the high tide at Davis Island in and around Tampa Bay isn't until 2 o'clock in the morning, right? So we're going to continue to see these water levels rise slowly but surely all the way through at least 2 o'clock. And it's going to take a while before this subsides because that southwesterly wind that's pushing that water on shore is going to still be rather gusty overnight and then eventually calm down a bit tomorrow and then into tomorrow afternoon. But as we've seen with other storms, it takes a while for this water to recede. So just because conditions might be good in your neighborhood, they may not be in others.
Let's go to Nicholas in St. Pete Beach, showing what appears to be, I don't know if that's an apartment complex, but Hurricane Helene rising up there in this particular area. And that's a floating branch, I believe, as well, and murky waters here too. This is not the water we're used to seeing, obviously, but that is brown, brackish water in St. Pete Beach.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's right outside our studio as well.
Yeah.
That Hillsborough River is brown and brackish. So, it's definitely not something you really want to wade through or play around in. There's bacteria. There's all sorts of stuff that you just don't want to encounter.
Let's continue on and go to Madeira Beach. This is Steve earlier on today sending in this photo. And look, we're going to be seeing a lot of this when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Yeah, this is... Yeah, I mean, water can be so powerful and so destructive, and this is still going, even though we did not get a direct hit, this is going to be a tremendous loss in terms of damage, in terms of, money laid out and insurance claims. Just looking at these pictures right here, I've seen some surge. I saw the actual surge coming through in a video on Madeira Beach earlier today, and clearly that water has inundated a lot of neighborhoods on the beach and on Tampa Bay.
Let's continue onward on Report It and check out this shot from Jennifer. She says, this is my mother's house on Werner Avenue in Newport Richey, Florida.
Wow.
She says that her mother's house is completely they're just underwater.
Yeah, Newport Richey, what were they expecting? 8-10 foot?
8 to 12 feet, and it looks like it materialized.
Yeah, sure did.
Yeah.
Sure did,
unfortunately.
And then lastly, we lost this one from Tanya, so that we'll come back here to WFLA's Stream Center with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli, Meteorologist Eric Stone. 1 million people
without power in the state.
So far, yeah.
I have a question. Are you able to do Weather 2 for me? I want to show everybody this graphic.
Yeah, of course I can.
All right, we're going to punch up Weather 2. And listen to this stat, everybody. In the past 8 years, we've had 8 continental landfalls of Cat 4s or Cat 5s. Okay, 8 in the past 8 years. And that is as many as we've had in the 57 years prior to that. Can you imagine that? So let me say that again. In the past 8 years, 7 of them being continental landfalls, but there were 8 landfalls of Cat 4s and Cat 5s. That's as many Cat 4s and Cat 5 landfalls as occurred in the prior 57 years. So we're seeing a big surge in major hurricanes. And across the Gulf of Mexico right there, we've had 9 major hurricanes in 8 years right there. In fact, and the one that's not on there, let me get up for a second. And actually, you know what, Eric? Can you reach back and just go to the end of the timeline on that graphic? I think if you go to the end of that graphic, you'll see...
There it is.
Okay, you'll see Helene pops up. There it is, okay? So that's pretty astonishing. You know, JB, you know about the study I did with the Department of Energy, and Eric, you know about it too. We did a study and we looked at the future. We said, okay, water temperatures are warming, air temperatures are warming. This is what we found. At the end of this century, so the second half of this century, our computer models, we used 9 big, hardy climate models to do this, say that our major hurricane landfalls in Florida, and especially in the everywhere in Florida, especially Tampa down to Miami, and including Fort Myers, will increase by 3 times. So instead of seeing a major hurricane landfall once every 100 years for any one county, we're likely to see it 3 times, once every 30 years. In addition, what we found in the study is that we would see about a 20% increase in the maximum intensity of winds. 20% is a lot. Means a 150 mile an hour storm becomes a 180 mile storm. And maximum rainfall rates increase by 50%. So instead of getting rainfall rates of like 3 inches an hour, you end up with rainfall rates of like 5 inches per hour. All those things because the atmosphere is warming due to climate change, and that's the result of it right there. All these excess major hurricanes making landfall in the U.S. As many in the past 7 or 8 years as we've seen in the prior 57 years.
Yeah, that's something else.
And it's an insurance nightmare. How do you, as an insurance company, how do you do business, in a place that gets this many major hurricanes? It becomes very difficult.
So let's paint a picture for the hours ahead. We talk about this quite a bit on Tracking the Tropics, but it always seems like the big ones hit at night. And so, look, that creates complications, but hopefully, there are folks out there that are prepared and have generators of some kind if they have lost power. But I'm willing to bet that there's a lot of people in our comment section right now on YouTube Live, Facebook Live that have lost power. The expectations of power getting back up are unclear right now, how long it will take. And really, where the priorities are as far as certain neighborhoods, how exactly the strategy of unfolding those power restorations or what that's going to look like. But really, a lot is going to become a lot more clear to us once the sun comes up. Can I get a sun? I never asked this question.
Sunrise?
Can I get a sunrise?
I want to say 7:21, I believe. 7:21 tomorrow, I believe.
I mean, it's not going to be any more poignant than it is today.
Tomorrow.
So it's worth asking.
Yep. By the way, folks at home, Eric is like a number genius. He's a number genius. And anytime I need to do math in my head, I just say, Eric, forget the calculator. Eric, do me a favor. So, he's right about that 721. And I just hope that we can lose some of the water around the Tampa Bay area by tomorrow morning so that people can start getting their life in order again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the high tide's at 2 o'clock. So
2 a.m.
2
That's
a.m.
right.
So after that, it'll start to subside.
A little bit, at
The
least.
wind's going to weaken as it has been over the past couple hours. So hopefully by 7, 8 o'clock, we'll start to see some of that subsiding. Yeah.
To those out there that are watching right now, that are in darkness, that maybe are grasping on to one bar. I don't even know what the cellular infrastructure looks like right now in the Tampa Bay area. We do know now that there are more than 500,000 people locally in the Tampa Bay area that are without power, more than 1 million in the entire state of Florida presently. If you're out there right now and you've lost power and it's dark and it's just the worst, just letting you know that we're right there with you. I know that sounds crazy because we have some lights on, but you should see the rest of the WFLA newsroom. Our entire news team right now is huddled around in darkness, having strategy meetings right now, figuring out exactly what to do next. And I'm sure that there are families right now out there doing the exact same thing, huddled around a few candles if you have them, or a flashlight or two, having those conversations of, what to do and how to best proceed. Just please be safe out there. And hopefully, we say this all the time, but having your hurricane kit, being prepared, this is exactly why we preach hurricane education all the time, making sure that you're prepared for the worst of days, the worst of nights, and that has arrived tonight, September 26th, when Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida's Big Bend.
And it could have been a lot worse. And, if we're not prepared for a brush by like this one, how are you going to be prepared for a direct hit?
I mean, just looking at what's going on for a storm that was 100 miles west of Tampa Bay, homes are inundated all around Tampa Bay and St. Pete on the Pinellas side and on the Hillsborough side too. you can only imagine what a direct hit would have done. There was a study done on a worst case Cat 5 scenario, which showed that Tampa would have about a storm like that hitting Tampa Bay directly would produce about $250 billion worth of damage. Now, Ian produced about $110 billion, so that's twice as much. And, think about all the people that would need help and the lack of contractors that would be there to help them and how long it would take to recover. And I always say that because I want everybody to take these situations seriously. We just keep dodging bullets over and over again. And we didn't really dodge a bullet this time. There's a lot of damage across the area, but it could have been 50 times worse if this hit us directly.
Right. Another few photos and videos coming in via WFLA.com/reported. This is Brian saying that he has flooding in his home, in his living room. This is West Shore and Australia.
Yep.
And yeah, that looks like a couple of inches of water past the doorway there. And yeah, this is damage that lingers. That's the part about this that really stinks, is that it lingers on for an extended period of time.
Yeah. Once you get water in your house and the mold and the mildew,
it becomes difficult. And a
yeah.
lot of people are not going to have flood insurance because they're not possibly in a flood zone. I can't say for this area specifically, but there's going to be a lot of people that don't have flood insurance.
Christopher here in Terracea, clearly shining a light to illustrate some of the flooding.
The lights came on.
Lights came back on.
Lights came back
wait
on.
a minute.
I hear people
Everybody's
screaming.
cheering.
I hear people screaming in the
Screaming
newsroom.
going on in the WFLA newsroom right now. Let's see if we can throw up Panocam. Yeah, there it is.
All right.
Lights back on at WFLA.
Lights are back off.
Oh, my.
Whoa, wait a second. No,
goodness.
no.
You saw it live.
Oh, man.
You saw it live.
Boy,
We
that was a
had
deflated
power.
crew.
Wow.
Did you hear that deflation?
Yeah.
You hear the inflation and then the deflation?
So what does that mean?
I don't know what happened. Maybe power got turned on for a second and it just went right back off.
Somebody hit the switch?
Maybe something got tripped once the power came back on.
There was
Yeah.
there was elation here.
I know. We were excited. I'm
Boy,
excited.
talk
we still
about a
have it
range
here.
of emotions.
I mean, let me tell you something. Newsrooms are not used to people cheering at the top of their lungs like that. Newsrooms are very serious places because we're usually talking about subject matter that's, it's the news, right?
Yep, for sure.
So hearing celebration, I just looked to my right and I could not believe it. But we're now once again in the dark.
It makes you realize just how important electricity is.
Yeah. Let's go.
We take it for granted, don't we?
And dry roads.
Another photo, video coming in, and it's getting dark out there with our reported submissions. Let's go here to Kristen. This is Passagril, and clearly things getting dark. But wow, if you really look here, I wish we could brighten this. You can clearly see the level of flooding that we're talking about at Passagril Beach.
I love Passagril. It's such a great place. It's such a great place. But look at that water.
Lights are
Wow.
back
Oh,
on.
wait. Live update.
Don't say anything.
Don't
say anything. Do not jinx it. Lights back on at FLA.
Yeah, hopefully it stays. Oh, look at that. The monitor behind me went on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the monitors are going on.
Oh.
Okay.
So now we have full power.
Everyone's still very cautious, you can tell.
Yep. Nobody wants to celebrate prematurely again. I think they may have jinxed it.
As the old Star Trek, we have full power to the transporter. Remember that, Jeff?
Yes, I do. Yeah. All right, here we are.
The Stream Center, here we are up and running. If we do toss the programming here at the top of the hour, we're coming across the end of September 26, 2024, a day that will be remembered in the weather history books here in Florida as the day that Hurricane Helene made landfall in Florida's Big Bend, but not before lashing the Tampa Bay area and causing a power outage for more than 1 million people in the Sunshine State. If we're returning you to programming on WFLA News Channel 8, we appreciate you joining us here in the Stream Center and sending prayers to everybody out there that you two get power back as soon as humanly possible. We're thinking of you, everybody out there, Tampa Bay, sending love and prayers. We'll continue our coverage online on WFLA.com, the WFLA Facebook page, and the WFLA YouTube page. And with that, I believe that we are now, in Friday. Welcome to Friday. It is now September 27th, 2024. And this is a day that is pretty significant, of course, because we're going to have the sun come up in about 7 or so hours and our first look at some of the damage from Hurricane Helene.
And the water's still going to be there. I think, like Eric said before, we have high tide at 2 a.m. Then the water's going to start receding a little bit. But I don't think we're going to be able to clear this water out until sometime the middle of tomorrow, probably. Completely. Yeah.
Any updates that we can pass along? Can we give a positional update? Because now that we're back on stream, I want to point out southern Georgia is getting, hit really hard right now as well.
Right. Valdosta is next in line, and it looks like they're going to be in the eye wall very shortly on our Max Defender 8 radar.
If you want to switch over, JB, to what is that Lynx 1?
That's Lynx 2.
So it's Weather 4.
Right, Lynx
Weather
2.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now, Perry is on the southern end of the eye. Valdosta is next. So in the next couple of hours, Valdosta's weather really going to deteriorate as the eye, which still I expect to be intact, moving so quickly, will move over southern Georgia along I-75 in Valdosta. There's no midnight update from the National Hurricane Center. I thought they might do an update every hour, but maybe because
it's made landfall already.
Maybe it's made landfall. They may wait till 1 o'clock or even later.
But Tallahassee right now is getting lashed by the western side of the eye wall. Now they missed the worst, which was just east of them, but they still are in the western part of the eye wall, which leads me to believe that they are probably getting wind gusts over 100 miles an hour there.
Yeah,
or
definitely.
I would imagine. I'm gonna check on that to see actually.
Folks, we're gonna take a step away from the microphones. We need to confer with our team here. We continue to stream. We're officially off the air on WFLA News Channel 8. We continue to stream online on WFLA's Facebook and YouTube pages. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Tracking the Tropics.
All right, so we are back online now, and I want to thank everybody for joining us on WFLA Now. I know you're watching us probably on our Facebook page, also on our webpage, and in addition on YouTube. So we're in a lot of places. As it stands right now in the state of Florida, we have over 1 million people, Eric, without power. We in the Bay Area have seen wind gusts over 80 miles an hour, and I'm seeing reports all over social media of people's homes being inundated on the beaches, in Pinellas County, inside of Tampa Bay, Newport Richey. It looked like 8 feet of water at that home that we were looking at. So all these storm surge predictions, unfortunately, have verified. We've broken records in the Bay Area.
Yeah, and you know what? This storm moved, 100 miles to the west of Tampa Bay. Imagine if this was 50 miles, 25 miles, or God forbid, a direct hit, how much inundation people would have had.
I mean, we didn't quite dodge a bullet, but we dodged the major bullet here.
Another one, yeah.
And it really goes to show you how prepared we need to be for the big one when, hopefully it never hits, but when it does hit. Because this is a 140-mile-an-hour storm, middle of the road, Category 4, and it's producing. We haven't seen, at least since we've been keeping records, storm surge this high in the Bay Area. And I'm going to be going through some of the graphics here and kind of show you that too.
Yeah, and since I've been here the last few years, I haven't seen the floodwaters right outside our studio, right? 2 to 3 feet on the streets.
This is a lesson for us too about how vulnerable we are here at the station, because we're on the Hillsborough River here, and water has surrounded our building now. It's very hard actually for us to get out. Folks are having a hard time getting here too. So that's a look at the storm as it was rapidly intensifying across the Gulf. We saw the signs of it. If you were watching us, you probably heard us talking about all the lightning that started to all of a sudden form near the center. Water temperatures in the Gulf are at record levels, and so there's a lot of high-octane fuel to fuel this storm. The eye cleared out. It looked as though it was really a very slow intensifier, Eric, for a while.
In the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden today, it just put its foot on the gas, unfortunately, and it did make Category 4 status. And there it is, pressure 938, made landfall around Perry. The worst of the winds went east of east of Tallahassee. And so far, last I checked, Cedar Key had about 10 feet of surge, and it actually is still going up.
Yeah, definitely. Quite a bit of storm surge and really not much rain, as we didn't really expect much rain here. But again, the wind, the gusty wind, a lot of trees down on power lines, even on some houses, vehicles. That's what the big deal is between that and the storm surge.
That's our camera located on the tower, and we're pointing it down towards something. To be honest with you, I don't even know what we're looking at here. Just a lot of flooding.
It looks like, I was going to say the Hillsborough River, but maybe it's toward the river.
No, is that under the Selman? That might be under the Selman. In any event, you get the point. This is what it looks like around our station right now. It's like a swamp outside of our station. All right, so I haven't had a chance to update these numbers yet, but we had already broken records a couple hours ago. Last I checked Clearwater, the gauge was somewhere around 9.3 feet. East Bay, which is on the east side of Tampa Bay, just to the east of downtown, was somewhere around 8 feet. So breaking records by about 2 to 2.5 feet or so, which, by the way, is what the National Weather Service had forecast. These surge models have gotten really good.
Yeah, they sure have. And I mean, record levels with a storm that's 100 miles away from here. It's unbelievable, Jeff.
Yeah, and it's hard to see this because it kind of gets cut off on the edge there. But see where the blue line is on that? That's the tide graphic for Clearwater. At the time it was 9.1 feet. Last I checked, it was 9.3 feet. But you can see where that blue line is. That was where it should have been had Helene not existed. So and that was about 2 feet. So you can see at Clearwater Beach, about 7 feet of surge. It was forecast to be between 5 and 8 feet. That materialized. From the picture that we saw in Newport Richey, I imagine that was closer to probably 10 feet or so, maybe just slightly less than 10 feet of storm surge, maybe 8 or 10. Either way, that house was inundated by water too. So unfortunately, this ended up being kind of a worst case of what we expected. We expected this. This is what was forecast, and it materialized.
Yeah, this is the high end of basically what we expected.
And by the way, if you want to send us any pictures or videos that you want us to use on the air, send it to WFLA.com/report it. Right to that. These are the wind gusts. And what's interesting is Crystal River somehow, and I don't know if maybe the gauge, we should probably check, maybe the gauge broke there because they should have had gusts beyond 52 miles an hour.
Well, remember, it's after midnight, so I'm not sure if this graphic is reporting.
Oh, it's from the peak wind. Well, yeah, but this is
reporting some of those because Tampa had a peak wind higher than 43. That might have been this past hour. Do you see
interesting.
what I'm saying?
That's weird. So now, okay, now that it's after midnight, but the 82 in St. Pete was yesterday, so it's strange.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's
that's
working out that
strange.
way. Okay, so this
Yeah.
graphic is resetting now because
Some of the values, anyway.
yeah, some of the values. Sure. So these are the power outages in the Bay Area. The dark shade of red, that's between 100 and 250,000 customers or homes without power in Pinellas County. And between, it looks like about 100,000 in Hillsborough County as well, actually.
Yeah.
Um,
50 to 75 in Sarasota as well as Pasco.
And the state of Florida right now, last I checked, was over 1 million power outages in the state of Florida. So just kind of going through these graphics. There's the storm now kind of exiting Perry, headed towards Valdosta, Georgia. We've been talking about this. As this system heads into Georgia, it's going to maintain at least Category 2 status. And we're going to end up dumping all that rain right there north of Atlanta on the Appalachians. And the NOAA has issued a rare high risk for flooding there. And when this storm crashes into the mountains, Eric, you were talking about earlier, orographic lifting. You know, all of it's going to just be squeezed out and then run off into the lower elevations in the valleys.
Yeah, and not only Appalachians, you got the Smokies in eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina. You got a lot of mountain ranges there, and so there's going to be a lot of runoff.
So there it is. There's the excessive rainfall outlook for today, which this is probably out through tomorrow morning. And if I zoom in to the area just to the west of Greensville and around Asheville, that's 20 plus inches in some isolated areas of rain. It's going to all fall in a very short period of time because this storm is motoring. It's moving fast, moving close to 30 miles an hour to the northeast right now. You know, the other interesting thing about this, Eric, is that we're not going to get any cooler, drier air from this system. Now, we almost always do. You get storms the end of September,
Like
start
Ian.
of October, like Ian. Unfortunately, a very unique setup for this storm. We have a jet stream which dipped to the south and it picked the storm up. But then as soon as it picked the storm up, the whole jet stream became dislodged from the rest of the jet stream and became a cutoff low. That cutoff low cut itself off from the jet and the cooler air near Canada. So we're not able to tap into the drier and cooler air. So what's bad about that is typically when you get hurricanes this time of year, if you lose power, it's not a huge deal,
Right.
because air temperatures the next few days afterwards and humidity is so low and air temperatures are much lower than they normally be. You don't really absolutely need air conditioning. But unfortunately for us, we're headed back into summer starting tomorrow on the weekend, Eric, right?
Yeah, and not only that, but Jeff, we're not going to see much rain at all tomorrow, and the humidity is up there thanks to this system. So the dew points are going to be right back into the mid 70s, and your feels like temperatures right back to 100 degrees. So if you don't have power, being without AC is really going to affect you.
Yeah, and they're the high temperatures we expect. And with that humidity still, dew point still in the 70s, that means the heat index numbers are going to be over 100.
Right.
And, you saw that graphic I was making. I really need to update that too. But we've seen a record amount of days where heat indices have been over 100 degrees, more than we've ever seen in any other summer this summer. And I have a feeling we're going to see more of that as we head into the weekend.
Jeff, I wonder if we're going to see the latest that we've ever seen at a heat index at 100 degrees or really close to it. I mean, we just broke 2 record highs the other day with
95
high pressure
and
over top.
95 2 days in a row.
We broke. I think we tied and broke, but either way, I wonder with these heat index values heading into October now at 100 degrees, how late is that?
We're going to just keep adding it. So, in some respects, this was the hottest summer we've ever had. And that's tough to do because last year was the hottest summer we ever had.
And it was tough to do last year because the year before was the hottest summer we ever had.
And what I always say to people is, you know what? This is the coolest summer you will ever experience again. I mean, to some degree. And I say that because as air temperatures continue to rise, that's a fairly general statement. It may be cooler next year or the year after. But
not
in
by
general
much.
speaking, the summers of the 2020s, once we get into the 20s, 30s, and 2040s, those will be the coolest summers. Looking back, we'll think, wow, 2023, 2024, that was cool.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Compared to what we're headed for, unfortunately, because air temperatures are at least going to rise for another about 3 decades or so, unless we can really stop climate change.
Yeah, and hopefully in 10 or 20 years, we're not going to look back and say, wow, 2024, they hardly had any hurricanes. 2023, they hardly had anything.
Well, Eric, if you want to keep talking for a second, I can bring up the study graphics that I have.
Yeah,
Let me get
sure.
them. You keep chatting.
So, right now, I think tomorrow is the first day that our average high is at 89 degrees. Our average high has been 90 and 91, really 91 for several months, and that's typical, right? But now we're starting to see those average highs slowly start to decrease. And as Jeff had said, after Ian hit, boy, it was bone dry. The high temperatures returned to the 80s. The dew points were in the 60s. And it was pretty much the end of rainy season. There was nothing out there whatsoever. Now, there is a frontal boundary. There is a cold front that is going to dip down this weekend. And it is going to bring us a decent amount of showers and storms, but obviously nothing tropical. And again, it looks like that's going to stick around for the next several days, as will the humidity. But when is that first cold front really going to come through and really going to dry things out? I don't think that's going to happen until October.
Meteorologist Eric Stone, Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli holding things down. Back here with you, Jeff. You're loading a pretty impressive graphic. I see it. What do you got? What is? Oh, that's just a background.
We were showing that before, and we're just seeing so many more of these major hurricanes.
This map is wild.
Yeah.
So and this is something that I saw Jeff Masters write on Twitter. But yeah, we've seen more Cat 4s and Cat 5 landfalls in the U.S. over the past 8 years than we saw in the preceding 57 years. And our computers tell us that this is a sign of the future. We're already seeing that transition because of the warmer climate and more of these hurricanes intensifying right up to landfall, and thus staying Cat 4s, Cat 5s, when they make landfall.
You know what was interesting about this, Jeff, was that the ocean heat content really backed off once it got offshore of Tampa, yet it actually intensified more significant as it got into lower ocean heat content.
It's a great, it's a great observation, and the reason is because the loop current is not only very hot, but it's very deep, and so ocean heat content is essentially the additive of hot water at the surface and the hot water below. Once you get into the northern Gulf, it becomes really shallow. But because the storm was moving at around 25 miles an hour, it didn't need deep hot water because it only needed hot water at the surface. And of course, surface waters in the northern Gulf are record levels. And at the beaches here in the Bay Area, our water temperatures have been running around 88, 89 degrees or so. Right. So ocean heat content really only matters when a storm is moving really slowly and it needs... And it kind of brushes away the surface hot water, and then below it, upwelling occurs. Yeah. And if it's hot below that too, then there's no essentially relief in cooler water.
All right, so let's explain the plan. We're basically wrapping up our coverage here momentarily. We're going to be going till 12:30 Eastern, and it's because our entire team is very much desperate for rest. We have tried to provide as much good, credible information to our audience. I think it has to be stated one more time that the NHC's track was locked in.
It was for days.
Days. Yeah. I mean, they saw this one coming, and the high model consensus turned out to be for good reason. And here we have this Florida Big Bend landfall, and we know that there's still many sections of Florida right now that are getting hit tremendously hard by Helene, and now Georgia's on deck, if not already being hit. People have been asking for a positional update, a live radar update, if we can provide that.
You've got both.
We have it on.
You've got
Source Weather 4.
Yeah, Source 120 has got the stats and the position, and Weather 4 has got the radar. So you can punch either one up. So there it is. That's the 12 o'clock update. Still at 140 mile per hour maximum sustained wind, even though it's been on land for 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know. And the pressure It hasn't changed at all. It's
Yeah.
9:38. I mean,
It goes to show you what momentum does. As a storm, if a storm is intensifying at landfall, it takes a while for it to wind down.
right, exactly. And it's still moving 24 miles an hour, so still moving quickly. And then if you want to switch over to the radar, which would be weather 4, Valdosta now in the northern portions of the eye wall, which right now look to be maybe the strongest, the north to northeast. We're not seeing too many lightning strikes, but boy, I don't know, Jeff, if you saw when right before this made landfall, the lightning, it just lit up. It was 600 lightning strikes in 15 minutes, and then the storm activity around the eye wall calmed down a bit.
We saw that, and I was at that point. I said, "Oh boy, this is not good. It's going to make landfall in like 6 hours, and all of a sudden now we're getting all this lightning." What lightning means is that we have overshooting tops. So what that means is that we get big thunderstorms start to build around the eye wall, and all that energy forces these thunderstorms up, and they overshoot whatever the top of the clouds are. Well, that energy, which is vertical energy, eventually becomes energy that spins in its counterclockwise around the eye. So that energy gets converted from these overshooting tops into powering the hurricane and making the core of the hurricane stronger. So when we see a lot of lightning, we know that we're probably going to see intensification.
Any final thoughts before we wrap up our live stream? Still hundreds of thousands of people without power. And that's the big thing.
Yeah, and the other big thing is now Georgia, how often has Georgia had a Category 2 hurricane at least? Maybe even a major hurricane enter the southern portion of the state. That just doesn't happen. And there's going to be a lot of devastation, a lot of downed trees, and a lot of cleanup.
This is what happened with Michael. Michael was a Cat 5 when he came on shore in Panama City, crossed over the border into Alabama and Georgia, and wreaked havoc to the agriculture there because it maintained its intensity. So the next stop for this, we're going to see, I think, some catastrophic flooding in the mountains of northern Georgia and the western part of North Carolina and South Carolina tomorrow.
We're going to leave up
today.
at the request of our audience. We're going to leave up radar, wobble tracker, and then, of course, a reminder that you can send in photos and videos to WFLA.com/report it. We have a lot to figure out here at WFLA about how our coverage continues in the hours ahead, both on air and online. First light is going to be massively significant for the Tampa Bay area, for Florida's Big Bend, as we get an idea as to how much destruction is out there, how many people are in dire need of help, and really how cleanup is slated to begin. So I'd like to thank Chief Meteorologist Jeff Baradelli. Special thanks to Eric Stone for really holding it down all day long. I'm JB Buno. For everybody watching here, our streaming coverage will resume tomorrow, or actually later today. Now it is Friday. I want to point out that our on-air coverage picks up at 4 o'clock a.m. on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station right here in Tampa Bay. We will be streaming our 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 a.m. newscast and onward from there on WFLA.com, and we will do our very best to make it accessible on social media as well, Facebook Live and YouTube Live. For everybody joining us, please be safe out there. Do your very best to take care of your loved ones, family, friends, pets, everyone, and we will see you for our coverage tomorrow as we look at the damage from Hurricane Helene. Be well out there, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
That water. News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker is out near the Gulfport Marina in Maryland. You've been watching those floodwaters rise. What does it look like right now?
I'm having a lot of trouble hearing you. That's how loud this wind is right now. I'm going to go ahead and show you.
That have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have
From NOAA. But today, we've already gotten to 9.3 feet, so I have to update that graphic because I just checked a couple of seconds ago. It's even higher, and it's probably the case for a lot of the area. St. Petersburg likely is now eclipsed 7 feet. By the way, the high tide is at 2 a.m., so we still have a few hours to go where the waters could still to creep up a little bit, breaking records in Tampa Bay by over a foot, as you can see. And by the way, Cedar Key right now, water levels are going straight up. Last time I checked, it was 10 feet above mean low water, but that will just continue to increase. In Cedar Key, we're expecting somewhere around 15 feet of surge. Here in the Bay Area, we've seen about 6 feet of surge. I'll show you this graphic right here. In Clearwater, we've had, again, we're up to 9.3 now. Last I built this graphic was 9.1 feet. But look at where we should have been. Follow that blue line right there. We should have been closer to around 2 to 3 feet. So we've added 6 or 7 feet of surge on top of what the tides should have been. All right, Rebecca Barry.